Good morning. Good morning, nobody. Nice to see none of you here. All of you are well. If only I had viewers. Not because I want viewers, because I want to get on with philosophy and politics and all the good stuff to make the world a better place. So. As I've said before, I can't do that by myself. There is that music just insanely loud. Stop it. Shush. Wait. Oh, I've got my volume up, that's why. Let's try this mix, it looks interesting. Starting with a beautiful track. Why not? Notice the title just sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Live podcasting with viewers when there's no one here. Maybe I should change that. I also fear that I'm a little bit too horizontal on my chair. Seem to have increased the recline yesterday. There we go. I might need to sit up in a minute though. Annoyingly, it's not very easy to adjust. A bit of lag there. Interesting. I'm pretty sure that only comes if you've got OBS set at a higher than normal priority. But I could be wrong. Nice. Excellent. Well, at least it doesn't feel really jerky this morning. Because I haven't just played a 120 FPS game, so that's good. Also, Waz Kid, if you're a real person, thanks for the follow. Turn the music down a bit, I think. Great tune, though. The speedrunning, can you tell? One-handed traversal of cottage while drinking coffee. I definitely need to sit up. I'm far too laid back right now. I will readjust my position when I get hit. Oh. Didn't get enough of the ledge to sprint off it. Sag. Lots of negative style points so far this run. And again, I am practically lying down. Clean ogre. More negative style points. This can't be the run. It's not allowed to be the run. Far too dirty to be the run. Dirty, dirty. Yeah, we'll hit us for his way. You'll do the honours, won't you, Gyobu? He won't. How rude of him. How rude of him to behaveth so. Sorry, wussy. It's quite a long run. Negative style points again for not killing him closer to the gate. Just found out that I can whistle now without NVIDIA Broadcast letting it through. How wonderful.
静まったようじゃな。賊兵まだ。
Sukve. Sukve. Here you go. Got some balloons for you. Customary wall hug.
参る。忍びを再び招えよう。まだミコの忍び。
Easy genie, that's good.
足な。
Been a while since we had a run go past Genie, so that's nice. I guess I'm staying in my reclined position. Maybe it's the key. Thanks for the drink, old man. Run away, run away. I don't really know why that happened. All I know is that I thought it would be funny if it would happen, and then it happened. So I guess I made it happen. That's what's supposed to happen. I think it's because I just stopped approaching him quickly. Hey, doggies. Good doggies.
この御人。
Fucking bugs. Get out of my way, bugs. Cockroach collisions. GG monkeys. It's been a while since we monkeyed.
Nani nuke.
抜こう
Well, finally some positive style points for the run. That's a tough grapple point to get.
Ma. 銭形 これをだ
A great song.
まだ埃がひどい。
Nice. Why didn't that work? Yeah, there it is. Oh well. Interesting hit to take. Sorry to all the viewers out there who were hoping for a hitless run. Failed to jump and don't know enough about the game to readjust at that point. Okay, well I parried that too early anyway, so there's a proper hit. I actually tried. Would you believe it? I actually tried. Oh well, it makes me feel better about falling just before the snake. Good run though. That was a complete throw. Absolutely a throw. Then again, I was fully expecting a throw, so there's the throw. There it is. Still no one here wanting to change the world with me, so I guess we continue by loading yonder save state. Is yeah. Wait, what? Hello? There it is. I was just about to say, I am, I don't know why, but I guess I'm fully expecting now that as I try to steer the stream and its content towards its ultimate purpose of building a democratic global community that will change the world, because only people can, that I will face stiffer and stiffer challenges, such as literally nobody coming in the stream anymore, and failing to do tree jumps on Sekiro. As I advertise the fact of what I want to achieve with this and where I want to go with this. I'm just assuming it's going to get harder and harder and harder and harder. And there's going to be more and more roadblocks Always expect the worst, right? Always expect the worst. And then ye shall never be disappointed. So here I am in the just chatting category with a good title, advertising the fact that and good tags, advertising the fact that I'm here for philosophical, political discussion and ideas about how to move humanity forward in a productive and meaningful direction, improving everyone's lives, and no one's interested. Everyone would rather forget about the world and watch other streamers play games and engage in fully fledged escapism. That is the challenge that lies ahead of us. There it is. I guess I just wanted that extra spirit emblem. But yes, that is the challenge ahead of us. Yo, people, get yon heads out of the sand, yeah? We got things to do, and it'll help you lead a more fulfilling and meaningful life, and you will be happier than you could ever otherwise be. Wanna join in? No? Okay. I guess I'm just gaming while I wait then. You know, hence the title, at least on screen. Such a simple solution, yet feels impossible to implement because nobody wants to. I mean, at the same time as everyone wanting to. Yeah. Oh, the irony. It's a painful irony. Speed record? Nope. Didn't quite get the unsheath with the confetti still active. It was close though. It ran out just before the unsheath. Good try. Stop screaming! Yeah, okay. I don't know how close you are to stagger, so I'm not gonna hit you. I think you're pretty close. Literally 0 stagger. What the hell happened? Did his stagger reset? It must have done. His stagger can reset. Interesting. I'm dizzy. My goodness. What to do when one gets disheartened on one's path? First, accept the disheartening. It is not your fault. It is a natural part of the process. Accept that it will pass, just like everything passes. And if your heart stays true, you are more likely to remain on your path. And recognize that remaining on your path, living life to the fullest level of truth and love, is the only thing that matters, and not the result. You let the details and the result take care of itself. How did that happen? I know I'm having a little philosophical monologue out of nowhere, but despite that, I did think I was at least concentrating enough to get the timing right, but I guess I wasn't. Interesting. Nice little reassuring monologue to myself as I sit here alone trying to change the world, because no one else is interested in changing the world. As long as you still want to change the world for the better, that's all that matters. Even if everybody else is against you or doesn't join in out of fear or whatever it is, I guess it generally boils down to love versus fear, so as long as you keep aligning yourself with love and truth, even if everyone else aligns themselves with fear and lies, you've done your part, and that's all you can do. And if you stay true to that and play your part, you have maximized the possibility of the world becoming a better place as far as you can as an individual. And you can take heart in that. I guess that's what Jesus did when he died on the cross, right? He wept for all of those around him acting out of fear and lies. He wept for them rather than was angry with them, because they'd missed out on the truth and love in the world. And that's a very sad thing. To witness fellow human beings wasting their lives on fear and lies is a very sad thing. Very sad indeed. So I'll stay here. I'll wait. I will do what I can. Maybe one day, who knows, something will come of it. But if not, at least I can die happy knowing that I tried. Nice. What a heartening monologue to oneself. As the first chat of the day comes in, and guess what? Yep, you guessed it. It's a bot advertising bots to be sold as cheap viewers. Just a little reminder of where we are as a human race. Oh, if only you could all see the light. All I can do is my little part. And here I am. And pray for the rest of you, I suppose. Especially creators of bots like that. I really wish them all the best. They will need it. Or it may well be too late. It probably is too late for a lot of people. There has already been billions of wasted human lives. What's a few billion more, eh?
お主の
Maybe we'll get there one day.
父引きで
All you have to do is choose between fear and love. That's all each one of us has to do. Wait a second. I wasn't ready. Can I save this? No. As a fire normally.
もっと早く切っておくべきだったのか。
This goes to show that I'm not used to changing items on that approach. Because the save state's already configured for me. Oops, wrong one.
父上ひみでぎゅはい
参る。
Wrightson's Chalice. Don't know why I feel the need to, but I do. Not sure when it's going to happen. Sometimes I forget about it. Sometimes I feel the need to again. Hey, Deep Space Renegade, how you doing, dude? Welcome in, first chatter of the day that isn't a bot trying to sell me bots. How are you? What brings you here this morning, my friend? Oops. Did I get it?
再び
Yep.
修羅を切るそうとはな
I Bit repetitive, old man. Bit repetitive.
Adagia.
Adagia. You click the stream for philosophy and stuff? Excellent. That's great to hear. Sounds like you're here for the right reasons. And not to try to get me on Discord or sell me some artwork or something like that. Oh my goodness, that messed up. Well, anyway, I was only gaming while I waited, so let's chat. Turn the music down a bit. What sort of philosophy are you interested in? I'm mostly interested in, as the title may have hinted at, practical philosophy for making the world a better place for everybody and moving the human race forward into the future in a meaningful way. Because at the moment everything's too centered around money and power, both of which are illusory and meaningless. So I think we all have a responsibility to challenge those systems in order to improve everybody's lives, including our own. And align ourselves into a direction that promotes exploring the universe together in peace. Because what the hell else should the most evolved form of life in the universe be doing? I guess that's roughly a quick summary of where I'm at, why I'm here, what I want to help us achieve as a human race with the rest of my life here, because I can't think of any other more meaningful or purposeful pursuit than that. You don't know much. You must know some things. So, am I anti-capitalism? Yes, you could definitely say that, yes. But more broadly, I'm anti-monetary system. Because the monetary system could technically be expanded into any ism in terms of political arrangement. And I'm pro-true democracy, meaning I believe the only way forward, really, for humanity, or a good idea as a way forward, is for every human being on the planet to come together democratically to decide together how we organise human activity on Earth and how we direct our human activity beyond Earth as well. Because there's a whole universe to explore, right? And that's what we should be doing. Look after ourselves, look after each other, make the world as nice a place as it can be, provide maximum opportunity for every individual, and at the same time expand our horizons as we explore the universe and reality together and build on our knowledge and our... Yeah, I mean, that's the adventure of life, right? I can't think of any other adventure that we should be embarking on. So I'm pro-actual democracy. Whereas at the moment we feel like we have a democracy, but we don't. We just have... Every 4 or 5 years or whatever it is, we have a popularity contest to see who we defer our democratic responsibilities to make all the decisions for us, right? Which isn't a democracy, that's just what it is. A true democracy would be everyone deciding on everything all the time, constantly being reviewed, trying things out, being as involved in it as one wants to be. And now we're in a position where the human race can finally do something like that because we have the internet, which can connect us all or divide us all. And we're using it to divide most of us rather than connect us at the moment, sadly. So I'm here to try to do the opposite and bring us all together. I'm from the UK, currently living in England. How about you? And how do you feel about that little summary about what I've been saying so far? What are your thoughts, reactions? Are you in the US? Okay, cool. Do you have any perspective you want to share? You said you don't know much, but you'll at least know how you've felt about what I've just been saying, right? Or have some thoughts, reactions. You're a Marxist? Okay, interesting. What makes you a Marxist, or how would you define what a Marxist is? The trouble I have with using terms like that is it opens the door to lots of misinterpretation and prejudgment, depending on what other people's conception of what a Marxist is, if you see what I mean. So what's your definition of a Marxist, i.e. how would you define yourself? And it's interesting that you said you don't know much, but you're calling yourself a Marxist. So it sounds like you know some stuff, or you feel like you know some stuff at least. So how would you define that? It's important to define terms so that we're clear, right? Yeah. You know some, but you're no expert. Okay. But you obviously feel like you know enough to call yourself a Marxist, so I'm interested to hear what that means for you. Because like I just described for myself, I described the ideas that I have and the approach that I want to take without calling myself anything in particular. You see what I mean? I think that's safer, is to explain one's position rather than trying to categorize oneself into certainly some predetermined category that has lots of connotations and different meanings for different people, you know? Just explaining why I'm asking for your definition of Marxist, really. Because I actually studied Marx for my dissertation at university, because I did philosophy. Meanings are usually colloquial, yeah, indeed. So how do you feel about defining Marxism? Or rather, I shouldn't ask you to define a Marxist. I should just ask you to, okay, you say you're a Marxist. What does that mean for you, I guess? Marxism to me is understanding capitalism from a materialist perspective. Okay, yeah. Fair. I.e. puts capitalism in perspective by shining a light on the fact that it's purely materialist and otherwise meaningless, perhaps? I think I'm injecting some of my own preconceptions in there. Well, not preconceptions. Injecting my own worldview in there somewhere, which is that materialism equals meaningless. Yeah, the infinite unsustainable growth leads to imperialism. Yeah. In other words, the capitalist idea that growth is infinite when it's actually unsustainable leads to that idea of scarcity and power and control, therefore, over material things, resources, etc. Interestingly, I guess a capitalist would say that as we grow, more resources become available. Hence, infinite growth is sustainable. Not that I'm saying that, I'm just trying to think what a capitalist would say. In a sense, they have a point, but I think they fall short because of the focus on materialism, which might be what you're getting at. They don't seem to recognize the fact that because it's materialist, capitalism doesn't grow in the right way for it to be infinitely sustainable. But if we lived under a different system that wasn't materialist, that was truly democratic in the way that I was suggesting, where anyone can do anything and there's no financial traps or constraints, and we organise our activity completely differently to how we currently do, which is limited by the monetary system, the political system, the power games, etc., then there is potential for infinite growth for humanity. What is the definition I am using? You are using materialist. I guess two, both. I'm considering it as in material, like physical material things like resources. So, we have a finite planet with finite resources on it, obviously. But also I'm trying to encompass the monetary system into that when I'm talking about capitalist materialism. Even though and I'm trying to also highlight with what I just said at the end that if we break away from that trapped perspective of capitalist materialism being about money and material things, physical things, resources, then we can separate the monetary system from it and change our activity as a result. I think I'm losing myself, so I've probably lost you. Let me try again. Let me know if what I've been saying makes sense or doesn't in any way. I think I think we're talking into specific terminologies here. Basically, let me try to summarize again. At the moment, coming at it from a different perspective, coming at it from a different angle, at the moment, what we have is humans living on planet Earth. Most, if not all, now are constrained by a monetary system, right? Materialism as in the consumption of commodities. Yeah, absolutely. So what we are born into as human beings is a society, pretty much anywhere in the world now, because it's globally connected, because us in the West, we are having gadgets and consuming things that are inextricably linked to people in Africa or China creating these things for us and suffering because of it, which we can get into separately. But basically, we're born into a system where it's like you have to earn this thing called money. Try looking at it from an alien perspective, looking at planet Earth, going, what are these weird ape things doing? They are not promoting curiosity or creativity or natural drive and motivation in their children. Instead, they are controlling and manipulating their children into a world where they have to think about this thing called money in order to consume enough to survive, / what they think is thriving, quotes. Because if they have more of this thing called money, i.e. a bigger number next to their name, they have more power to consume things and manipulate other people to do their bidding. Right, so that's the system that we're born into, right? And depending where they are on the earth, some people are born into the part of the system that gets to play with money and make money from money, which is basically doing nothing productive at all, and at the same time consuming resources for their own, quotes, well-being or comfort. And I put that in quotes because it's not meaningful well-being, right? At the same time as people in Africa, for example, dying horrible deaths as they mine minerals to then be controlled by Chinese companies and taken to China, who then manipulate and control more human beings in order to create batteries, for example, that then a company in America can buy to put in their gadgets, for example. One of many examples. And all of this is out of sight, out of mind for most people in the West, as they just consume to have increasingly comfortable lives that are essentially meaningless, because that is the end game. It's like, you have to ask yourself, comfortable lives for what? Right? So they're doing this for their comfort and their bigger houses, their faster EVs, their faster phones and computers. For what, though? And it's that for what that capitalism is completely missing. It doesn't give humanity any meaningful purpose or direction. It ends at the monetary calculation of GDP and economic growth, blah, 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 which is all meaningless monetary calculations based on a completely fundamentally meaningless system. Right, the consumer is alienated from the production process of the goods they consume. Yeah, that's straight out of Marxism. I know that because I did that at uni. Yes, they are. Excuse me. Completely alienated from the production process, and that's the out of sight, out of mind thing I was describing. But deeper than that, even if they were more attached and involved in the production process, there is still no meaningful context for the whole operation, for human activity, right? So that's at a deeper / higher level than even that, which is where I'm operating. Which is why I wouldn't consider myself a capitalist, a communist, a Marxist, or any ism, because they're far too limited and far too categorical to possibly describe where I'm at, because I'm at a much higher level. I'm at the alien looking at humanity going, what is happening on this planet, right? That's the best way to look at things and really put our activity in perspective. So yes, you're right, the consumer is alienated from the production process of the goods they consume, but deeper than that, the whole process of production of goods to consume for consumers has no meaningful purpose behind it. And my argument is, every single human being on the planet could simultaneously have a much better life, more comfortable life, more meaningful life, more productive life, in every way possible, if we did things differently, if we looked at things from that perspective and thought, right, we have 8 billion people on the planet, we need to make sure everyone has basic needs met because we've voted together, humanity has voted that people want basic needs, right? They need a place to live, healthy, good food, clean water, sanitation, healthcare, all of these things. And we agree together that, okay, at the very least, we provide these things for everybody. Why? Because you want it, right? And because that will then free you up and everyone else up to pursue a meaningful, productive life in this society, right? By maximizing opportunity. And by that, I mean, once the basic needs are met, then we can look at from that perspective again and say, okay, well, now we've made life on Earth as good as we can for everybody. What do we want to do now as a human, as life on Earth? What do we want to achieve? And for me, the most natural direction for us to take is, well, we want to explore the universe. We want to explore reality. We want to push our frontiers of knowledge. We want to create new technologies. We want to make life even better on Earth. We want to see where our creative juices take us, see what we can make, see what ideas we can come up with. We want to progress, right? So I'm thinking about the way we organize production. I mean, that's one small part of it, but yes, that's absolutely a part of it. The way we organize human activity, life on Earth in general. But obviously production of things is a big part of it. Yeah. And you might ask, okay, sure, everyone will want their basic needs met. But who does that? Who do we force to make our food? Well, okay, for example, right. Let's stop thinking about power and control and money, because we've taken that out of the equation. It's easy to go back there, I get it. But if you think about, okay, in a different world, you're not financially constrained, right? So you don't grow up from a young age being forced into any system, right? Instead, you have basic needs met and you have maximum opportunity to do whatever you want, as long as it doesn't infringe on the other things that we've all voted on, such as we could start with a human population of Earth-wide vote. Do you want to live or do you want to die? Do you want war or do you want peace? And I would suggest that 90+% of humanity would want to live. They would want peace, not war. Things like that. And that's the fundamental things that can connect us, is if we operate truly democratically, right? Because then as soon as we get that going, we can say, well, okay, well, the first thing we need to do is stop listening to these few people in power who want war, who want power, because we recognize that that is not only meaningless, it's damaging and ruins many, many, many millions of lives. That's just a fact. I mean, it's obvious. Everyone can see that, right? And then it's like, okay, and then we've progressed from there to agreeing that we should all have basic needs met, because that would maximize opportunity for every human being to lead a meaningful, productive, creative, fulfilling life, right? Okay, so how do we achieve that? Well, we need the best food we possibly can, the best water we possibly can, the best sort of living arrangements for people. And it's like, okay, well, who does that? Well, it's like, who wants to? Right? I'm pretty sure with 8 billion people on the planet, there will be enough, and the current level of technology that we have, there will be enough subscribers, volunteers, for example, who are fascinated from a young age about growing food, making the best possible food, etc., etc. And they will naturally go into that line of, quotes, work. But for them, it'll be, quotes, work, but it will also be their play, because they love what they do, right? And then you may well, probably, with our level of technology, you may well have too many people interested in food production. So, okay, you can always be involved in food production if you want to, but at the moment we've got enough people working on that. Instead, we need people in healthcare. And then through a democratic process and completely transparent, of meaningful information in the world, and there would be no misinformation in this world either, because if you think about the misinformation and the conflicting information and the minefield that is the internet currently, it is only that way because of the monetary system, right? Because people gain money, read power, from spreading misinformation and lies and things for their ad revenue or for their fame or for their, power. But we've taken all that out of the equation, right? We're not doing that anymore. Money doesn't exist anymore. We're leaving that behind. That was a tool for humanity for a while, but it limited us in terms of our progress. And we're not operating under this monetary system anymore, right? So there's no misinformation online. Now you can go on the internet and access any information you want, and you can trust that it's accurate to the best of human ability currently. And if you want, you can suggest changes to it if you've come up with a better idea or more information that might conflict with it. There is opportunity to update our information, because people are no longer attached to information or ideas in order for their material wealth or power, because we've taken that out of the equation, right? Now people just see information as useful. Hey, we've got someone else in. Welcome in Inappropriate Innuendo, nice name. And very good question, I'm glad you brought that up. What if I lie because I am simply a bad actor? Yeah, okay, so I don't know when you joined, but we're starting from this situation where humanity is connected globally, democratically, truly democratically, right? And we've had votes saying, do you want to live or do you want to die? 95% of the population has voted that they want to live, for example, okay? So we all fundamentally feel connected in that Most people want peace. Most people want a meaningful, productive life. Okay, great. What if we are in that 5% that you just described? What if I lie because I'm simply a bad actor? Now, clinically speaking, I believe there's about 3 to 5% of the population that are psychopaths, sociopaths, and obviously that's going to be the case, right? Because of evolution, because of mutations, because of different brain chemistries. Some people are just not going to be able to feel love or compassion, for example, and they are just going to be potentially bad actors, violent, whatever it is. For a start, though, in a different world, there would be fewer criminals by default, just as an aside before I get into that stuff. Because of maximum opportunity, there's no financial traps. There's no pressure in life that can cause depression, which can lead to all sorts of bad behavior, right? There's maximum opportunity now, and if that person really wanted, they could do whatever they wanted to live a meaningful, fulfilling life, right? However, we've still got this 3% of the population who may well just be psychopaths, no matter what opportunities we give them, no matter how much we help them. And remember also, in this new system, there will be people working in mental health, like I used to work in mental health. As a volunteer, I never got paid for it, but that was the most meaningful work that I did. Again, meaningful work in life, if you take money out of the equation, it's much easier to find it, right? So yeah, in this new world, there will be the best possible mental health opportunities and support for these 3 to 5% of people, right? So there will be the most possible help that humanity can provide for these bad actors, right? What if they are still a bad actor? Okay, so hypothetically, if we've in that situation where we've done what we can as humanity, as the best of our abilities to help these people, and say they just still want to kill other people, right? They just want to murder. The worst case scenario. We've done everything that we can to help them. Remember, we're no longer in a position where these people will be in a position of power like Vladimir Putin, for example, because we're arranging things differently now. No one person has so much power because we've just decided not to give it to them, right? So they won't find themselves in a position of power just by virtue of this new democratic system. So the worst that they could possibly do is run around trying to kill people, right? Okay. 3 to 5% of the world population against 95% of the world's population. As long as we do things sensibly, they're not going to be able to cause much harm, right? But if they still want to just kill people, obviously we've tried to help them as much as possible. They're locked up currently or whatever it is. Okay, then we have a democratic decision to make. What do we do with these people? Like your question was, what if I lie because I'm simply a bad actor? Well, I'm taking it to the extreme here and saying, what if I just murder people because I'm simply a bad person and I want to? Okay, well, like I'm describing, you won't be able to just go around killing people because you have the world against you, right? And we're not going to let you do that, okay? The question then is, if we've given you every single possible help that we can, every opportunity to get better, every opportunity to integrate and lead a meaningful life, and you still just want to kill people, then we have a decision to make. One of my ideas was, okay, obviously we can just kill them. If nothing else works, we can kill these people because they're just going to kill other people. They're incapable, as far as we understand it, of ever finding love or compassion or meaningful fulfillment in life because they're just murderous beasts, right? So killing them is an option. And again, we can democratically vote on this together. Like, what do we do with these people? Another option I thought of is Battle Royale Island. Right? We feel like it's inhumane to kill them. We feel like it's inhumane to just keep them locked up. What about we set aside a piece of land, an island, for example, where we put everyone who just wants to kill people on the island, and then let them try to kill each other. It could be a form of entertainment, dare I say it, because no doubt in the world there will be some people with a fetish for watching violence unfold, right? It sounds dire, but again, we will decide on this together. And if we decide, okay, let's try it, maybe then, who knows, right? But maybe this island of psychopaths, which we can televise if we want to, for example, for entertainment value, think Gladiator. It may well be that is the most meaningful life for psychopaths to lead. You would vote against Battle Island, and that's fair. If you're interested enough to vote against it, you would have a vote against it. Absolutely. Yeah. What would you vote for then? Let me ask you, Deep Space Renegade. In such a scenario, you've got a vote. You can kill them, you can lock them up for life, in the hope that one day they might possibly be helped. Even though after 5 years of intensive trying, we can't seem to do anything for these people. I'm giving you the options. So, hypothetically, we can kill them in the most humane way that we can possibly think of. Just end their lives peacefully. We can lock them up indefinitely in the hope that they may come around one day. Or we can send them to an island. We can basically group them with other people that are like them, who just want to kill. Because in such an example, this Battle Island, is it not possible that that could give them the most meaningful life for them? That would be better for them than us just killing them or just locking them up indefinitely in the hope that they'll change? Could that not actually be the best for them? It's like, okay, well, we've decided you're not going to just kill innocent people because none of us want to play your weird little game. However, there are other people in the world that also just want to kill people, like you. And we're going to put you with them. And see who wins, You'll have your life. And you can kill the other people who just want to kill other people as much as you want. What would you decide? You've got 3 votes. Kill them humanely, lock them up indefinitely, or send them to Battle Royale Island. Or, if you think of other options and say, what about this? Because they're just 3 off the top of my head, And remember, democratic votes in such an actual human democracy would always be revisable and revisitable. None of this, you have a referendum on Brexit, it's a 51-49 split, and we're not going to have another decision on it ever again. That's the decision for the future now. That's not a democracy either. That's just some weird political manipulation game. That's all that is. Either kill them or put them in Gulag to work. Okay, I guess that's an option that I didn't consider, which is forcing them to work for us. Like slaves, I guess. Slave labor. I'm not sure about that one, because in this world, right, there are going to be, say, at least 95% of the world's population will be living meaningful, productive lives, doing whatever they want to do. And this idea of put them in the gulag to work, A, we're not going to need slave labor. B, we should never think about slave labor, I would say, because as soon as you put one man to work, it opens up the possibility of manipulating more people to work for you. And then we're slipping back into this current mindset of getting people to work for us. You know what I mean? And we've taken this power game, this monetary structure out of our society, right? So that's the issue I have with put them in gulag to work. We're not going to need slave labor, so that's not really a good option. Okay, then I guess kill them. Fair enough, yeah. Fair enough. So you would vote to kill them in the most humane way possible and just, we've tried our best to help them. There's no way forward. They just want to kill other people. Let's just kill them humanely. Fair enough. What about you, inappropriate innuendo? Who said, well, yeah, I hope lying on the internet in this situation doesn't get me imprisoned. Well, that depends what the world population decide on what to do with liars on the internet, right? You will be at the behest of everyone else who decides what to do with such people. You think, let them run free. If the world is so safe and perfect, it would be boring. Interesting. Okay. Why would it be boring? And who said it would be perfect at all? I'm putting humanity on track towards perfection. But one caveat is we will never get there, okay? There will always be problems to solve. There will always be issues. And why would it be boring in such a world? You can do whatever you want. Whatever you wanted to do as a kid, you can do that. Whenever you change your mind, you can change your mind and you can do that instead. I exaggerated when I said perfect, nothing's perfect. Okay, cool. That's fine. Why would it be boring then? You have the opportunity to do whatever you want. And in any pursuit, you're going to find difficulty, right? Say you want to be a rocket engineer. You want to join the team that takes humanity to Mars. And don't think about Elon Musk or money. Just take all that out. There's no money. You can just do whatever you want. Maybe that's a bad example, but just say you want to work on rocket science to take us to Mars. What if you just want to lay in bed and whiten the ceiling? You can do that if you want. But I would challenge you to see how long you would do that before you do get bored, because that would be boring. And then think, maybe I'll look out the window. Oh, look at all these people doing interesting things. Do I want to join in? Nah, fuck the world, I'll just lay in bed. Another couple of hours or days go by. This is kind of boring. Do I want to join in with something? What do I want to do? Do you know what I mean? I guess one kind of snide argument against maximum opportunity for people to do stuff is like, okay, your basic needs are met, you can do whatever you want. Alright, great, I'm just going to sit on the beach all day. I'm going to go on holiday. I'm never going to work again. So, okay, you can try that if you want. Let me know when you get bored. Or don't let me know. Let whoever else who is doing something interesting that you found interesting know that you're bored and that you want to join in with something. I think my point is people will naturally find a natural curiosity and motivation and interest to do something. Because doing nothing is boring. Doing nothing is boring. And trust me, I'm coming from 4 years basically of depression where I've, since COVID hit, basically had the opportunity to do nothing. And I've smoked a lot of weed, and I've played a lot of computer games, and I've watched a lot of Twitch, and I've watched a lot of YouTube, and I've watched a lot of Netflix, and I've lived, quotes, comfortably. And I've never been more depressed in my life, because underlying all of that was this need and this want to do something meaningful with people in a connected way, and being unable to find an opportunity to do that because of the way society is, right? Which has led to even more depression. It's like, what do I do? There's nothing to do that's meaningful. There's all these shitty jobs that I could potentially get, but I can't even get those because I used to work in a different area of work, and there's no opportunity to change career paths because our society sucks, etc., etc., etc. You're going to safely experiment with sounding. What does that mean? I've tried getting good at a video game, like really good, like top 0.1%. I've never been interested enough in video games to put that level of dedication, practice into it. So you could say, yes, I've tried, just by virtue of gaming, but I've never found enough natural motivation to ever put in enough work to get there. No, in no games. I'm a bit like a jack of all trades, right? I can basically do whatever I want, but I don't have enough, or at least I haven't found anything in particular where I have enough motivation and drive to stick at that one thing and make myself as good as I possibly can be at that one thing, and see if I'm in the top 0.1% of the world at that one thing, if that makes sense. I've just never found anything so far, except for talking about this sort of philosophical thing. My natural motivation is to look at the world objectively, think philosophically, and problem solve, and come up with solutions for our problems. So if anything, I am focused more on that than anything else. The problem is there's no avenue in society for me to explore that with other people because of the monetary system, the political system, and the fact that society is a mess. Therefore, I have to be alone with it currently and try to come up with a new system and invite people to that, which is what I'm trying to do now, starting with Twitch and YouTube and things like that. Political aides or advisors? Nah, politics currently is just ruled by money like everything else. Therefore, it is flawed, it is corrupt. And there is no way forward in the current political system because of the monetary system. We need to think outside of these systems in order to change them for the better. Or get rid of them and come up with a different system, which is what I'm proposing. Which is an even better idea, in my opinion. And I haven't heard a good argument against it yet. But that's why I'm here, is to explain my ideas, invite criticism, flesh them out, make them enticing, and develop them as much as possible for the benefit of humanity. Not just me, not me, but obviously me as well, because I'm part of humanity. You know what I mean? I'm trying to improve life on Earth for everybody, every single human being. That's what I'm trying to do. Natural motivation never gets you to 0.1%. You always have to push harder than you want. I don't agree with that at all. I think natural motivation makes you push as hard as you possibly can. And then will get you to that 0.1% if that's what you want to do. For example, tennis players getting to the top in tennis. They love it so much they just want to keep doing it. they're naturally motivated for it, they wouldn't do it otherwise. And they wouldn't be saying that they are pushing harder than they want to. They would probably push harder than they could if they could. Does that make sense? There is no merit in competition, in my opinion. I disagree with that. I think you can be competitive with yourself and with other people. Again, tennis is a good example. It's an individual sport where you're in competition with yourself to be as good as you possibly can be. But there's also merit in the friendly competition with the other person, because you need someone at the other side of the net to hit the ball back to you for a start. And they're doing the same thing. They're in competition with themselves too, to play the best tennis game that they possibly can. And friendly competition between people can help push people even further. So I'm not competitive personally. I like competing with myself, which is like why I like gaming and tennis and climbing, bouldering. They're my sort of main things. Because I'm in competition with myself and I don't really rely on someone else for it. However, some people are competitive and it pushes them on further in terms of motivation if they have other people to compete with. But there are dangers in competition too. Like if you're a bad sportsman, for example, in competition and you're a bad loser and you just want to kill the other person after losing, there is danger in competition in that sense. Political aids or advisors, yeah, I covered that. Do I allow links? Depends what it is. What do you want to link? You can't accomplish that goal without working with like-minded people at Clapfish. Yes, exactly, and that's why I'm here. I'm here to try to accumulate like-minded people into a community that could grow exponentially because it's on the internet. Anything on the internet is freely available to everybody else on the internet. So the internet is the best place to possibly collect like-minded people to create a new democratic, globally connected humanity like I'm trying to describe. That's why I'm here doing what I'm doing. Do I have a Discord? No, not yet, but I actually thought about creating one because I think that could help. So watch this space. Deep Space Renegade. Watch this space. You've reminded me to set up my own Discord server for this community because I think that would be good. Yeah, I think I should do that. Especially now that I'm finally... You guys are the first people in here under my just chatting category. So thanks for giving me some faith of what I'm doing, because for the first 3 months of streaming, I was running Sekiro, which is the game on screen at the moment, trying to run it hitless, so a challenge run, because I've enjoyed doing that, and always changing the category to be the game. So this is my first foray into the just chatting category and trying to take the focus of the stream away from gaming and onto what I actually wanted to do, which is what we're doing now, having a meaningful conversation about how to progress humanity. And creating a community that invites every single human being to it, which, if it grows enough, will automatically change the world. Right? So, hence the gaming while I wait. Maybe I should change that text now into actually having a good conversation. But yeah, I will change. I will get a Discord going. Thanks for reminding me. An XKCD comic. Sure. Link it to me. I'll have a look. Conversation started. There it is. Thanks, guys, for being here. Not only connecting with individuals, connecting with other like-minded communities you would advise at some point. Yes, that too. Yeah. Right, let's see. How standards proliferated. Situation, there are 14 competing standards, 14 ridiculous. We need to develop one universal standard that covers everyone's use cases. Yeah, situation, there are 15 competing standards. Yeah. Are you relating that to what I've been saying in Appropriate Innuendo? Because it's interesting that you bring that up, because basically, I won't show it on stream right now, there's no real need to. But people get the gist, I think, with me reading it out. It's interesting that you say that, because my one universal standard, if you like, is that there should be no one universal standard. Right? It sounds paradoxical, but it works. Because then you only need one. Right? That's what I'm talking about this truly democratic human society on planet Earth. You may have heard the word decentralization, right? So basically what I'm saying is everyone gets a vote on anything they want to vote on. And voting is constantly going on, right? Especially on 50-50 votes. They will be the focus of a lot of attention, I imagine. But you can constantly update your vote, right? So, for example, the main vote, the base vote, the most fundamental vote that we have is, do you want to live or do you want to die? And I would guess about 95-97% of people, if they're voting truly and honestly, would vote that they want to live. They want a meaningful, productive life. They don't want to be at war. They don't want to be under constant threat of dying, etc., etc., right? So that's our fundamental, that's our baseline. But there could be a question like the one we decided to discuss earlier about what do we do with the murderers? There might be a 50-50 vote going on about, well, just kill them or send them to Battle Royale Island. And that could be hotly contested. And if it's contested, we can try both, right? And then we can see anyone who's interested. Some people might just not think about this and never vote on it at all. That's fine as well. But the people who are interested, it'll be a mark of discussion. It will be an interesting discussion to be having had, and you could test it both ways. It's like, okay, we tried killing some people, but people felt bad about just killing them, and they're questioning whether it was actually humane. And some people voted for Battle Royale Island, and we've tried that. But, it looks too gruesome, and is this actually the best for them? Should we just put them out of their misery? That sort of thing. What percent do you need to pass? That would be a vote as well. We would decide together. There might be some tricky, someone mentioned technical details, technical standards. There might be some tricky decisions on certain things that people have decided together on a different vote, that any vote on this particular matter needs to be an 80% majority to pass. Right? Because it's a safety issue, or it could be anything, right? For this example, for the Battle Royale versus killing murderers, I think probably people would just decide to keep revising it all the time, and it's like, okay, 51% are currently saying Battle Royale, so we're sending them to Battle Royale. But also we could give the choice to the murderers, right? It's like we're not forcing anything on them, right? Unless we have to, okay? So say a murderer who just wants to keep murdering people has said, because they can still talk, presumably, has said, actually, just kill me, I just want to die. There would be no reason for us to say, actually, 51% of whoever's interested has voted that you are actually going to Battle Royale Island, and we're ignoring the 49% of people that have decided that you're going to die. So we're going to force you to... That, you know, that doesn't make sense. If only... We would only make decisions for these people if they don't decide in any sensible way for what they want to do themselves. Does that make sense? Like, we're offering these people all the help that we can currently offer and all the opportunities that we can currently offer them, which is lifelong imprisonment, death, or Battle Royale Island, unless we think of any more. If they say, I want this, then there would be probably no reason to just not kill them, right? If they just said, just kill me, then we go, okay, we'll kill you. You know, that's fine. And some, most of them, if they are killers, I would suspect, would say, just send me to Battle Royale Island, I just want to kill people. If there are other people that just want to kill people, let me at them. Okay, fine, you go. No problem. Thanks for the follow, Inappropriate Innuendo. Welcome to the community. That'll change the world. But that makes sense, right? So you say, what percent do you need it to pass? Try to take the power games out of democracy as well, and we'll decide on that together. If there are decisions to make that we have to uphold for whatever reason, then and anyone who's against it has to be ignored. We might say, okay, for this to pass, for this to be agreed upon, we need an 80% majority, and it's always under review, right? So on Thursday it was 85%, so we're doing that. Something bad happened, there was an accident, now it's 60%. Okay, we need to review it, you know? That doesn't pass anymore for this decision. Does that make sense? What did I miss? I think there were a lot of people trying to accomplish the same goal, but with differing ways to do it. Yeah, exactly. Which is why I think my idea... I don't want to say my idea, because it sounds like I'm taking ownership. The idea that I'm discussing, the way forward that I'm discussing, is the best way that I can currently think of. Because... most people would agree, I think, that most people want to live on planet Earth in a peaceful, meaningful way with the most opportunity to do what they want to achieve in life on their one journey as a human being on planet Earth, because they'll only ever get one, as far as we currently understand it. They would want to spend that life in the best possible way that they could. Most people would vote for that, I think, right? And I'm assuming that's what you mean by trying to accomplish that goal, but with differing ways to do it. And this is the differing ways to do it part, is where that democracy, the true democracy, that process of organising human activity comes in. That's where it comes in. That's what it deals with. That deals with the details of how to accomplish it. And the details are always changing depending on what we try and what we fail at and what we decide to do together and how we change our decisions all the time in order to find the best way towards accomplishing that goal, right? And you can say that in terms of the meaningful purpose for humanity at the highest level. And you can bring that down to much lower levels, like... what do we do with the murderers? Accomplishing the same goal there would be, okay, the best way to deal with the murderers, for them and for us. Right? Differing ways to do it, well, these are the options that we've currently thought of. This is the vote share. these are the options for these people, that sort of thing. And it might be like a case with this. Do we send them to Battle Royale Island? Do we just kill them? Do we lock them up forever? That there is no decision, but there are options, and we'd explore the options and offer these options to these people. Like, you're a murderer, you're in jail. What do you want to do? Do you want to go to Battle Royale Island? Do you want to die? Do you just want to sit there until you die naturally? If that person goes rah, 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 and doesn't say anything, maybe we just leave them locked up. Maybe we just decide to leave them locked up. One day they might wake up and go, actually, send me to Battle Royale Island, please. I want to go out fighting. And we can do that for them, There wouldn't necessarily need to be a passing vote to decide their fate in that situation, if that makes sense. Unless we get to the situation, which hopefully wouldn't be the case in such a world, where there are so many murderers locked up that we're running out of space to keep them locked up and we actually need to do something with them. But I really doubt that would be the case, because most criminals, I would like to imagine, end up in criminality because of the way society is, rather than the way they are naturally. Right? Most criminal behaviour, I believe, will be conditioned into people through the financial system, the fact that they're poor all the time, the fact that they could never get enough money to, quotes, live on. So they had to start stealing, which led to scuffles with the police, which led to more criminality in jail, which led to gang membership, which led to being manipulated into doing some really bad things like murdering someone, which led to more prison time, which, etc., etc. The material and social conditions make criminals. Exactly. And I think most criminals will be made by the social conditions we impose on them every day, just by how society is. Similarly, all these people driving into crowds of people and, acts of domestic terrorism, shall we call it, shooting up school kids and stuff like that. Most of that, I assume, would be coming from a sense of meaninglessness in society and lack of opportunity for those people that lead to all sorts of bad behaviour, all sorts of attachment to damaging ideologies, because people need to try to at least feel like they have some meaning in life. Feel like their life, you try to make sense of their life somehow. And if society isn't aligned with a meaningful goal, they will potentially find a, quote, meaningful life in an illusory way by fighting for Allah, by trying to rid the world of Christians, all of those stupid pursuits that make no sense. That make no objective sense, I should say. Because they might argue, actually it makes sense to me because the Quran says this, blah, 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 you know what I mean? My point is, people's subjective making sense of their lives would make more objective sense on average if human society had objective meaning attached to it. Like, okay, we are not worried about money or GDP or economic growth or consumption for no end. Instead, humanity is now providing maximum opportunity for every individual to make the world a better place, to explore the universe, to explore reality together in peace. You can do whatever you want to join in. It's a completely different set of opportunities for every individual, right? At the moment, the only opportunity is earn money however you can to make your life as comfortable as much as you can, to absolutely no meaningful end whatsoever. Other than maybe you meet someone, you have kids, and you hope that they can live a similarly comfortable life. Again, to no meaningful end, really. You know, and I'm not saying that a few people can't find a meaningful pursuit in such a society. A few can. You know, they might go into science, they might find that passion, they might not be constrained financially in order to do what they want to do. Such as Brian Cox and his physics. However, the vast majority of people are constrained by financial means which are illusory and only created in our shared imagination in order to completely remove any opportunity that they have to have a meaningful, fulfilling life. And all sorts of issues come from that, such as criminality, bad relationships, single parents, you know, bad upbringings for kids as a result of that, which could then lead to more criminality and more wasted life, etc., etc., etc. Material accumulation for the sake of it, yeah, which is meaningless. It's just completely meaningless. It's just a distraction. It's a distraction from the fact that society is meaningless. And all that does is make the psychopaths and sociopaths with power, in powerful positions, more powerful. Because everyone's distracted by material accumulation and consumption, or the constant financial scrapping in order to achieve that for themselves. And that's all they're doing. Meanwhile, they're paying taxes, they're going to war for their governments, they're paying corporations for shit that makes their lives worse, but gives them a temporary boost of, quotes, dopamine or happiness, whatever it is. And that's all people are doing. That's all the vast majority of people are doing. Which is a complete waste of human life, which is no doubt, in my mind, contributing to the mental health crisis of the West. The fact that a lot of people feel underlyingly depressed about how things are. Even those with material wealth. And those people that do feel depressed, even when they're rich, are probably on the right path, because at least they might realise then that material wealth is meaningless and try to do something with the rest of their lives that's meaningful. And the most meaningful thing that they can do is challenge the system that they've recognised is damaging and meaningless. And that's where I am. I'm not wealthy by any means, but I'm no longer letting my life be beholden to money. And I'm currently losing money, but I don't care right now. I've got enough. I'm lucky enough to not care right now. But you know, at some point I'll run out. But for the time being, I'm not thinking about earning for the sake of earning, because I can't do that anymore because it's too depressing. I've tried that. I've done lots of things in my life, but I can't live a lie anymore. So the whole point of this is to try to help people recognize that all we have to do as individuals, I say all we have to do, but it is this simple, really, is align yourself with truth and love and away from fear and lies. And you know deep down what that is in your soul, right? You know what's right, you know what's wrong. We can have a philosophical discussion on what's right and wrong, but I think for the most part, look at the angle of my feet, that's funny. People know, you know, and in the same way that I think in the most part people would vote to live rather than die, you know. But do you guys have any criticisms about what I've been saying? Any, like... Because one thing I want to make sure of is I'm never becoming attached to my ideas. And I've always thought to myself, if someone came in here, stole my ideas, went out and actually changed the world with those ideas and made this global democracy that changed the world for the better for everybody, I wouldn't care. It's not about me gaining credit or power or money from this idea, because if it was, it would be corrupt and it should be ignored, like everything else that's for money or power or greed or glory or fame or whatever it is. And that's one way of knowing if you're aligning yourself correctly, is if you're doing something in life that no matter how hard you try, if it never works out, you can still die happy knowing at least you tried your best. And if someone else takes your idea, makes it work, you would be just as happy as if you managed to make it work on your own. Those are two indicators to me that suggest you're on the right path. You're doing the right thing, you know? You're living in truth and love, not fear and lies. Any thoughts? You guys still with me? I feel like I might have lost you, but this is where I need feedback, I guess. Flatfish, you're wrong because of this, or actually that could work, or what about this, or, you know. Deep Space Renegade's still here, nice. Any thoughts on what I've been saying? Because I've been feeling relatively sure about my philosophy, if you like, for quite a while. And then if you're feeling sure about it, it's the best thing to do is offer it up for criticism and improvement, right? Which is the main reason why I'm here on Twitch doing this. The global democracy is basically what I've been thinking about. Oh, cool. You've been thinking on similar lines. Okay, nice. And do you agree that humanity is uniquely positioned in history now to make that happen because of the internet and because of our technology? I think it's easily possible now. Certainly more than feasible than it ever has been, because look at us, we're talking in real time. You're in the US, I'm in the UK, you know. And in theory, everyone could be involved. But there also needs to be interconnected local democracies that make it up. Yeah, I mean, of course. This is what I was saying about the global democracy is, it's not like, okay, where the world is voting on how to build bridges today, and everyone has to vote, right? Because that's stupid, right? You vote on, or you decide together with like-minded human beings on whatever you're interested in, and or whatever affects you, and or whatever you're in, whatever your you know your pursuit is, whatever your interests are, you know. And in that way, the local, quotes, local democracies just naturally form based on who's interested in what, who knows most about what, right? Because there's no reason for me as a philosopher to start voting on engineering matters that the engineers are currently trying to decide on, right? Unless I'm interested and knowledgeable about it and want to be involved in it, fair enough. But it wouldn't make sense for me if I was not interested and not knowledgeable at all about engineering matters to start deciding on how to change the road network or whatever it is, you know what I mean? Or how to solve this bridge problem, you know? Similarly, if you're thinking about local as in geographical, there's no point me deciding on something that affects people in Africa if I'm living in the UK in terms of what to build where or how to organise housing there or there, because I'm not there. I don't know their needs. They know their needs. They should be deciding that. You know what I mean? Obviously. So does that make sense? The local democracies would just naturally form when the power structures and the power games and the monetary system is stripped away, and you start with a global democracy of humanity to organize ourselves in a way that makes sense, that gives us the most meaningfully productive opportunities that we could ever possibly give each other, because that's what we do. We give each other these opportunities every day, or take them away. You know, in that under that umbrella would naturally form these local democracies based on geography or expertise or interest or, you know, all of these things. And this is the beauty of the system, is that all the details then. This is why I feel like it's hard to argue against it, because they could be like, okay, what about the murderers, for example, like inappropriate innuendo said earlier? And I would say, well, whoever's interested in mental health and helping these murderers or what to do with it would vote on it. You know, that's already a local democracy popping up, or anyone who's affected by them. So you probably would get most of the world population involved in what do we do with murderers, because they are potentially popping up wherever in the world's population, and you know, people would want to live in the peace of mind that humanity is doing the right thing with these murderers and protecting them and each other from these murderers. You know what I mean? So this decentralization and the details, all the little details about everything in the world, would be naturally and ingeniously sort of organically dealt with by the right people at the right time. And it would, this is why it's very important also to take away your Kip's thinking from current democracies, which aren't democracies at all, because they would be constantly under review as well. If we get something wrong, because we're fallible, we're not perfect, we might make a decision that causes harm or some unforeseen consequences. Therefore, decisions are never set in stone. Because why would they be set in stone? There's no reason to set them in stone other than someone wants power to apply these set in stone decisions on someone else, and if they disagree with them, you know, to hell with them. But we've taken the power games out of it, so there's no reason to have a decision set in stone, ever. Is there? The only reason to have a decision set in stone and could never be revised is if someone's benefiting from it to the detriment of someone else, and someone wants to keep that power for themselves for whatever reason. Take that out of the equation, no decision would be set in stone. There's no reason to, other than in the moment that it's been decided upon, right? So I would assume for the rest of time, you would have the vast majority of humanity saying, we want to live, we don't want to die. But who knows? Maybe sometime in the distant future, because we've got everything wrong and no one believes in humanity anymore because we can't even organise it ourselves, that might tip the balance. One day someone's, you know, humanity has changed its decision into 51% want to die now. And then all that war breaks loose. But at least it would be decided upon together, you know? I mean, that would be the one and only truly reasonable reason to go to war, right? We've all decided on it together. fuck us, we can't believe in ourselves anymore, we're just going to fight to the death. Fair enough. If that's truly the will of the human race at that point in time, fair enough. You know? But that's what I mean about decisions being set in stone. They don't need to be. They wouldn't need to be. And then you've got, not only do you have a globally decentralized and centralized at the same time democracy, because it simultaneously connects everyone in the world and limits power to nobody in particular in the world, right? Everyone is in it together. You've got a constant decision-making process going on in anything you're interested in. And just think about the engagement in democracy then. You can log on to the democracy.org website or whatever it would be, the online portal for every human being to go on and discuss things and decide on things and you know, be involved. And you know that you make a difference every day doing that. And you don't have to vote every day. There's no forcing. You don't have to. You could live your life knowing that that is there in the background and trusting humanity because of it being there, and just focus on tennis or science or mental health or healthcare or being an astronaut or whatever the hell you want to do. You can just focus on that and never vote on anything because you trust the system. However, if you start not trusting the system one day, you can be involved in it as much as you want until you trust it again. You like my thinking, but I think I'm going to read it as you type it. I like your thinking, but I think current conditions are really complicated with the current mindsets of people, and changing those minds is going to be a slog. That's definitely one of the, if not the biggest barrier to this, yeah. But that's why I'm here. Because the thought that, you know, everyone would agree with this in principle, but it's not going to change because of the mindsets of people, that's just a self-defeating idea. It's a self-defeating thought. Like, yeah, it's going to be a slog. But is it worth it? Well, I would ask you, what else would be worth my time, anyone's time on Earth, other than to try to move humanity forward in a direction that makes sense? What else are you living for, right? I'm not living for anything else anymore because I could have killed myself a couple of years ago when I was utterly depressed about everything. So the way I see my life is I now have a bonus life to live on top of the one that I could have ended very easily not long ago. And the only reason to live now is to live in pursuit of truth and love and compassion and moving humanity forward in the best possible way. Because what the hell else would I be living for? So yes, it could be a slog. Yes, it's going to be hard, even though the idea is simple. But all we have to do to change the world is decide to change the world, and that's a fact, right? So the only thing I can do that makes sense is to try for the rest of my life to do what little or as much as I can to at least get us moving in that direction. And like I said about before, if you align yourself with what's true and meaningful, you know this by the feelings that come along with it. Little details surprise you along the way. like today, having a great conversation with you guys out of nowhere, when I thought to myself when I started the stream, it's just going to be like yesterday and no one's going to come in and it's all pointless. Why do I bother? But I know why I bother, right? Because the answer to that is, what the hell else am I doing? There's nothing else to do that makes sense. There's nothing else more meaningful to do. So difficulty after difficulty, you can just plow through because there's no other option that makes sense to you, that's meaningful, that's true, that's right. And I guess it's easier to get to that stage if you have lived a lie for half of your life and it's got you to a period of depression where you just want to kill yourself. And you come through that depression and think, I'm at least going to try because there's nothing else to do. It's easier to come to that realization, sure. And I guess that's every individual's journey on their own path, to see whether they even get to that realization or not, because there will be a lot of wasted human lives, as you've no doubt heard of, where people just die full of regret on their deathbed, regret that they didn't live in truth and love, and instead they lived in fear, working for money and lies, and didn't connect with their family enough, whatever it is. You're always looking for people on Twitch trying to change the world for the better. Well, I'm glad you found me. And I'm glad that I changed my stream up away from the focus on gaming, that hopefully made you, that hopefully advertised the fact to you better that I'm here. Because I realised after 3 months, like I said, of changing the category depending on what game I'm on and focusing on the game too much and hoping in the background that it would somehow spawn a community to change the world, to make it a better place, which is why I'm here. And instead make the focus of the stream more obviously to do with that, which is what I've tried to do. Hence the just chatting category, hence the title, hence the changed up visual where it's not just a full screen game and now it's like gaming while I wait, you know, stuff like that. So I'm glad, dude. And how has that search been going? Have you found any others that I should reach out to, that connect to, that could be invited in here, that wants to be involved? That have you found any other potential? Well, have you found any other answers to that search, I suppose is what I'm asking. Have you found any others? Since you're always looking for people on Twitch trying to change the world for the better, who else have you found, I guess is my question. Are there any others like me out there? Because I would be interested, because I haven't found any. You're actually in audio only because you can't run 1080p. You're broadcasting. Really? Okay. That's another reason then I should change my settings to run enhanced broadcasting then. Thank you for reminding me that. I will change that. Try to remember to change that for next time. I don't think I can do it midstream. I'm pretty sure I can't, in fact. No, I can't. I will change that for next time. Zachat. What does he say, or what do they say? You can tell me a bit about Zachat while I quickly AFK, because I need to go to the toilet and stuff. I'll be right back. Man, I needed that. That was a very long wait. He's an Australian educator, mostly Marxism and stuff. Educator, okay, cool. He kind of aggregates YouTube videos for communism education and environmental issues, sometimes science and stuff. Why is he focused on communism? Does he feel like it's the only answer to capitalism? I feel like people often fall into that trap of left versus right. These are the only two options, sort of thing. Which is why I think outside of that box completely, because that's the best way. Because once you think outside that box completely, you have infinite possibilities, right? It's not just left versus right anymore. It's anything you can possibly imagine versus what we currently have. Yeah. So this whole left versus right thing, it's red versus blue, it's good versus evil, it's one versus the other, it's division, it's like, that's why I don't like it. It's just a battleground for ideology, that's all it is. And I guess you've probably got that impression from me, right? That I take myself outside any box. The best way to think about the world and how we can make it better, or anything really, is detach yourself completely from any preconceptions, any ideas, any opinions, any categories. Look at it completely objectively, and then you can start problem solving from the right level of resolution. You know what I mean? Like I've been doing, hopefully, since you arrived. Trying to explain that higher level top-down perspective and how useful it is when you think about these things, because no longer are you then dedicated to a certain side, like I'm a leftist, therefore I must be anti-right-wing, blah, 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 blah. And instead you are, I'm a human being, I'm looking at how humans are organising themselves on planet Earth and finding it interesting and seeing how it can be improved upon. That's the best way to be looking at these things, is it not? That's the best perspective to be coming from, I believe. Because then no longer are you immediately in a battleground, no longer have you limited yourself to a certain way of thinking, and no longer are you automatically against other ways of thinking. Now you're like, the leftists say this, that's interesting, that could work. The right wing say this, that's interesting, that could work. The right wing also say this, seems like a bad idea. The leftists say this, that seems terrible. You know, you look at it objectively, and then that's the perspective that I've come from when I say surely the best way forward is an actual democracy for all of humanity. Because we are connected globally now, whether we like it or not. And we can be connected for good or for evil. Let's connect for good, right? Because I think most people would want to connect for good. I know I do. And that's really kind of putting it very simply, but it's also, pretty accurate, pretty encompassing of my view. What do you think about that? I'm anti-leftist, I'm anti-rightist, I'm anti-ist, I'm anti-ism, because all those categories do is cause division and unproductive argument for the most part. Do they not? And it's a shame you can't see my computer game character staring at you in the screen at the moment. But I'll try to remember that fact and turn on Twitch enhanced broadcasting for the rest of my streams from now on. Because you're the first person that's come in here and said, I can't view it at 1080p. Why is that, out of interest? I did wonder while I was weeing what your situation is in terms of connecting to this stream and why you can't view it in 1080p. Not that it matters, I'm still going to change it, but I'm interested. I think even if one doesn't put themselves in a box, you are going to be put in a box by others. Yeah, that potentially, but you're in more danger of being put in a box by others if you put yourself in a box, right? It's a bandwidth issue? Okay. Whereabouts are you then? Like in rural US or something? No Starlink or anything? I met a guy in Wales off my stream recently who just got Starlink. And in rural Wales, he's loving his internet now, which is kind of cool. But yeah, one can't fully avoid the risk of being put in a box by someone else. But what one can do is take oneself out of every box possible to minimize that potential. And that's certainly what I do. And it's also the reason why I was saying one should be focused on the ideas and not one's attachment or one's opinion or one's defense of those ideas, right? That's another thing that keeps you outside of a box. If you can look at what you're talking about objectively to the point where someone can come in and say, actually, what about this? And you then say, oh shit, I hadn't thought about that. That then turns the idea into this, this, and this. That's really cool. Let's talk about that now, which is productive. Instead of, if I was in a box and attached to my opinions and attached to my ideas, I could be like, nope, you're wrong, I'm right. You're wrong because blah, 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 blah. And then it just becomes an argument that's not productive at all and actually just damaging and pointless and meaningless and a waste of time. You know what I mean? So if you're not in a box like that, other people might try to put you in a box, but when they do so, you can be like open-minded and say, oh, that's an interesting idea, I'll incorporate that, and then they will see that you're not in a box. So they will take you out of the box. Potentially. Does that make sense? That's the best way to be, I think. Because that way you invite everyone to participate and it doesn't become a battleground of argument. It becomes a productive platform for ideas and progression to develop for the benefit of all, not for the ego of one or a few. I'm not entirely sure the whole issue of my internet, but I'm on Wi-Fi and I can run it 480p. Okay, well, if you're around after today or tomorrow, I might stream again this afternoon, I don't know. At some point soon I'm going to have to end and go for food and stuff. Or maybe I can just grab some food and continue if you're hanging out for a bit longer. But rest assured, next time I stream I will have Twitch Enhanced Broadcasting on and you will be able to view it at 480p. Because I'm already streaming at a higher bitrate than I should to try to make the quality better. But it's not about visual quality anymore. And you've highlighted the fact that some people who are interested absolutely are limited by the bandwidth and the resolution. So thanks for telling me, and I will change that for next time. But back to the box issue, what do you think? I can't see any advantage of assigning oneself to any box, really. I guess the extremes, if I try to imagine the extremes, would be flat earthers, anti-gravitists that may not believe in gravity, things like that. I would say I'm in a scientific box in that way. But I still like to think that if I met a flat earther or someone who didn't believe in gravity, that I could have an interesting discussion with them rather than just an unproductive argument. Whether that would happen in reality or not, I don't know. But I like to think that. That way, one can be in one's box without being constrained by one's box if one leaves one's box open. Perhaps. What if inappropriate innuendo's still there in the background? Are you still there, buddy? You don't have to say anything if you are, but if you are. If you're not, you won't say anything, obviously. I've just been trying to look for solutions. You asked me my persuasion, and I just gave you one I thought was close. Oh, sorry, are you talking about right at the beginning of the conversation when you said you were a Marxist? Is that what you mean? Innuendo's gone, okay. Well, he dropped a follow, so he might be back, who knows? People have to disappear, don't they, sometimes? For unknown reasons. But, it's really sweet to have a conversation with you, at least, and with him briefly as well. Yeah, at the beginning, yeah, fair. No, that's cool, and I totally understand it, because most of human society, most of our thinking does lead us into boxes, right? But, and you know, that's probably again another critique of the political system, the fact that it is left and right, it's red and blue, it's polarized, it's divisive, it's argumentative, it's not productive, and it's all corrupted by money. And that's why I don't subscribe, and never would subscribe to any side other than I'm on the side of humanity. How about that? Anyone else want to join me on the side of humanity? How about even further, joining me on the side of life in the universe and how best to use it? Because we are uniquely and miraculously positioned to explore the universe with our incredible level of sophisticated evolution. The fact that we can talk about these things is incredible, so let's use it as best as we can, rather than fight over different opinions and ideas and kill each other over it, because that's not only stupid, it's a complete waste of time, it's everything that's wrong, surely. You know, it's just wrong. And I guess if you want to talk about objective morality and ethics, that's kind of a good segue into that. Because I'm sure most people would agree with that assessment, would they not? If you think about it like that, from that perspective, isn't that a nice, reasonable way into what's good and what's evil? What's bad and what's right? What's good and what's wrong? And of course, you can return to subjective, felt, intuitive meaning as well. But that doesn't mean that the objective, reason-based approach to ethics and morality has nothing to offer either, because they're both relevant. Because we live in an objective reality of some sort, and we also live in our subjective realities, obviously. There's no reason to choose one over the other. And in exactly the same way, there's no reason to choose right over left. Or even good over evil, because both exist, both have to exist. And acknowledging that both exist is the best way to work with both productively and meaningfully, rather than get caught up in one versus the other. And of course, many people have fought wars and killed many people in the name of good, because each side thinks they're good, right? But really, they're all evil at the same time. That's why you have to incorporate both. That's why you can't choose one over the other. Both exist. Use both. Right? The same way with politics. Don't get caught up in whether you're a communist or a capitalist, or whether you're left-wing or right-wing. Both exist. Use both. Consider both. Take yourself out of one box. Take yourself out of all boxes. Look at all the boxes. And have fun playing around with what best to do with them. Right? Problem solve from the highest level. And then you have the most fun. It's the most adventurous. It's the most productive. And you're never at risk of being made to look wrong or made to look a fool of, because you're not connecting yourself with one idea over the other. You're considering all possibilities. And you're playing with ideas. So that if someone comes along and says, what about this? You haven't thought about that. Like I said before, you can be like, oh, that's cool. Let's incorporate that and see where we can go with it. Excellent. And now you're both on the same team, having fun with ideas. Or you can say, fuck off, you're wrong, I'm right. Don't be stupid. I'm the best, you're the worst. And then you're both on different sides and you both get nowhere. You're going to get a drink, fair enough. Yeah, I'm going to go and get some food as well. But if you're coming back, what I'll do is I'll put a little BRB on. Pause the music, put a little BRB video on. Actually, I'll leave the music on in the background. So you'll have something to listen to when you come back, but I won't be long. A few minutes. Do you see what I mean? And that reason is what you need to explore for the root cause of the issues. And when I explore root causes of issues, a lot of the time it leads back to money, monetary pressures on people, causing lots of behavioural issues, etc., etc., etc. And it just has a knock-on ripple effect for everyone down the line. And you can trace this back generations. You know, if you want to, we can trace it back 10,000 years to the beginning of the agricultural revolution, when we started collecting together in bigger towns and cities and started farming, you know. There are root causes to this. But that's why it's so fascinating for me to think about and address these issues from a root cause, high level perspective. Because then you start seeing solutions. solutions such like we should all work together with a true democracy. This money business is causing more harm than good, etc., etc. Because then if you deal with those root causes, the positive ripple effects that would have can be just as incredible as the negative ripple effects that, such as a violent offender being born, you know. Crime, shoot your parents, narcissist, yeah. But this is the thing, in a different system again, like I said, if you end up with, because obviously there are neurological considerations, like someone might just be wired genetically to be a psychopath, you know? Those people, though, are very, very few and far between. And what we have at the moment is a system that can make those people be very successful and powerful. And that's not good for anybody. Just look at Hitler. That wasn't good for anybody, right? But don't you think we are already in a post-scarcity world? Because I keep coming back to the point that we are in a technological state now, probably for the first time in history, where we can feed everyone in the world. We can have everyone have clean water in the world. We have the ability to do that. We have the technology to do that. We are there, but we're still like stuck in this sense of scarcity, only because we burn fossil fuels. Well, this is the thing, right? If we have to burn fossil fuels for a bit longer to make sure that everyone's got the same opportunities, then, and we take away our focus from money and power and greed and consumption for no reason, that's another point, right? Because people's lives are inherently meaningless, our consumption is a lot higher than it would be. Think of rich people with yachts and mansions, and you know, they're spilling oil into the ocean every day. They go out on their yacht, flying their private jets, all of that stuff. That's dumb. That's stupid. And these people can often become depressed and kill themselves as well, because that material stuff is meaningless. But they've been in this mentality that that's successful, they've made it in life, and they're like, why am I not fulfilled? And then try to keep making more money, etc. They have the freedom to speak. Yeah, they do, but like I'm saying now, they're probably stuck in this mentality that money equals success. And when they can't figure out why they're not happy when they're rich, well, Bill Gates isn't dedicated to advancing humanity at all. He's completely corrupted by money. You know, he's so detached from reality that he thinks vaccinating Africa is more important than feeding, clothing, giving clean water, you know, dealing with the actual root causes of their issues. He wants to vaccinate them all instead, which is dumb as fuck. And is heavily related to the monetary practices that he's been corrupted by, which you know, isn't surprising. You know, there's no way we should be vaccinating Africa before Africa is fed and clothed and clean watered and sheltered properly. And on that bombshell, I'm back too. Did you enjoy a little bit of past conversation? Right, I wanted to follow this guy that you said before I forget. Zachap. Z-A-Chat. You got confused at first. See, I wasn't sure if you'd heard when you went that I said I was going to go back soon, and I guess you didn't see that there was a BRB because if you can't see anything, ZA chat. Oh, he's live apparently, or not. It's just a bird eating from a flower. I'll follow. I guess there's no one there. It's a bit of a weird stream. Or was it? Maybe he's just gone live or something. I don't know. Oh yeah, he's been live for a minute. That's what's happened. Using an alternative Twitch player. Okay. Interesting. What's that? I didn't know there were any. Although I guess there always would be some. That's the starting screen. Okay. What I might actually do is, since I'm not playing the game right now and just chatting to you, I might just have his stream on in the background. See what he says. But yeah, I was going to ask, what do you think you can do? Say if you're interested in making the world a better place like I am, given what we've been talking about this morning, do you feel like you have any opportunities to work towards that yourself in some way? And what would they be?
Just making fun of all the swapper titles that other people do. So. No one will know though. I'm a me.
Gonna turn him down? Never done this before. Like watching a different stream at the same time. Playing politics. Politics is a game? Is a category? Interesting. Can't hear him over his music very well. Hopefully you can still hear me over his music. Given my situation, I can only offer my ideas. I am both bipolar, living with my parents without a job. That's fair. I guess I was in a very similar situation for the last few years myself. I was living with my parents. I'd lost everything that I felt like I had in life. Didn't have a job. And while you couldn't maybe describe me as bipolar, I was just depressed most of the time. Hopeless about the world. But now I'm back living alone with a new venture of my own without relying on employment from someone else.
The most interesting thing that.
And now I'm doing what I'm doing because of that.
Button pressing machine, if you really want to know. But no, I mean, I'm just like, what happened? Oh, I don't know. What is this?
Tech giant Amazon has just launched 27 internet.
How loud is his stream in the background versus me?
Amazon's doing their own.
Can you hear him as well as me?
The aim? To compete with Elon Musk's Starlink and offer satellite internet to millions. Project Kuiper is expected to be available later this year. So, how does it work and what's in it for you? About 1/3 of the world's population doesn't have.
Interestingly, talking about satellite internet. And I was just thinking about that in relation to you.
It's not profitable for internet providers to build the
with your bandwidth issues.
These areas. In short, not profitable, no internet. Satellite internet could change that.
The thing about this is that like Elon Musk kind of pinned it at like I think it's like $400 or some shit.
Quickly, okay.
It'd be interesting if they did this type of shit, but they did it in like the Facebook model, where like it's free. You know what I mean? And by the Facebook model and it being free, I mean like.
I noticed he's got a picture of Terence McKenna at the bottom. That's interesting. The Psychonaut.
Years ago, you could get Facebook on your phone for free by typing like 0.facebook. But in regards to satellite internet, you'd still, I guess, need some kind of converting modem-y looking doodad. So,
Can you give an example of him being prickly?
depending on the price of that, I guess. But yeah, like.
It has the potential to cover every corner of the planet, no matter how remote. Right now, Elon Musk's Starlink is the main player in
Oh
this field.
yeah, and I think it's got subscription plan. And so like that's what they're competing with, I guess.
The company has launched over 7,000 satellites and offers internet in nearly 120 countries. But there are downsides. In the US, Starlink costs about $120 a month. That's about 105 euros.
Also,
Much more than most.
I need to challenge you on the idea that you can only offer your ideas and can't really do anything else. Is there really nothing you feel like you can do?
It's powerful, but pricey.
No ideas at all?
Entering the game, that could change. More competition often means lower prices and better service.
No matter how far-fetched they might be.
Actually
Just
works.
throw them out there.
Let's break it down. In a nutshell,
Just don't tell them about the existence of cartels. And you know, price setting and all that jazz. No one needs to know.
your device connects to a small private
would never
transmission
happen.
station. From there, your search
Because that would be illegal and nobody breaks the law. Everyone's a good person.
request, for example, is sent to the nearest available satellite. In a
Interesting that he's monetized his channel, so he's obviously doing this for money in some way,
500 kilometers
which already makes him a bit corrupt. I'm talking about Zachap here.
Once the signal is close enough to a ground station,
Okay, so I guess I don't really know the price point.
it is sent
Unless he's
to
completely
the
transparent about that,
process
of course.
and sent back to you the same way. Sounds
So do we have no information on the on their product then on that front?
complicated.
Can't really think of anything.
It is. You need thousands of satellites, all moving at nearly 30,000
Yeah,
Well,
no,
I guess I'm not suggesting you do this,
so
but
they're probably still working on it.
kilometers per hour. And they
obviously when I was sat at home
connecting with
in a similar position to you,
infrastructure. Still, it works. Starlink
I thought, okay, I have access to the internet.
20 megabits per second. Amazon hasn't launched this service yet, but it
I have my
can
basic needs met.
deliver up to 400 megabits per second with a standard.
Maybe I can try to create an alternative
Well, there are some
of some kind, starting with Twitch streaming.
Kuiper offer low latency. That means they
I guess I explained my position a bit, didn't I?
on gaming. But in practice, if
Um,
performance can slow it down,
Something I can at least try to do is try to make a community online
if you rely on a stable high-speed connection.
I'm already getting a bit of bad, well, not bad vibes from the chat, but
SpaceX plans to send up 5,000 more soon, aiming for 12,000 total.
he's got, you know, let's go back to music for a second while I summarize.
Some scientists
He's got that, yeah, he's got that communist, you know, he's got that red fist, like revolutionary. He's clearly watching stuff to critique. He's monetized his channel. He's got communism in his title. It doesn't seem very objective, or it seems very directed and limited. Does that make sense? I just, from first impressions, because he's watching a video about Starlink and Elon Musk and commentating on it. I don't know, maybe he is very objective and very open-minded. But you say he's a leftist and he's a communist. That's already closed-minded. We were talking about those boxes before, right? If you label yourself anything like that, you are already closed-minded. Aren't you? Isn't one, rather, I should say.
Web. But yeah, nah. Help. Oh, it's just a legend.
Yeah. You can't really think of anything? Okay, how about... I think this is where I started from. In such a world as I've been describing, where you have maximum opportunities to do whatever you wanted, there are no financial constraints, you have the opportunity to join in anything you want to make life better for yourself and everyone else, and improve and progress humanity. What would you want to get involved in? And I'll start with my example. The first thing I would want to get involved in is what I'm doing now, which is thinking about working with like-minded people. Well, that's not what I'm doing now, but ideally I would be working with like-minded people to problem solve from a high level, to organize human activity to the benefit of everyone. And thinking about those ideas is what I'm doing now, but I'm doing it on my own. I would rather do it as part of an institution of humanity under a global democracy of humanity, like I've been describing. So I would be with like-minded people doing that. And I would do that for as long as it took for me to think, okay, humanity's on the right track, and then I might change my direction and might do something else with the rest of my life. You know, like go back into mental health because I loved mental health work. That's my example. And I guess that makes sense that I would say it's kind of what I'm doing now, because I was saying that I'm on the right path now, and I know that because I know what I'm doing is meaningful and it's the only thing that I feel like I can do. What I would rather do in a perfect world, or not in a perfect world, it doesn't exist, it won't exist. If humanity was on the right track, I would be able to do what I'm doing now, but with other people, not for money, not for power, but for the benefit of all. You know, for the sort of actual meaningful discussion about how to organize ourselves differently, challenge the monetary system, things like that. But again, that would only be available without the monetary system. Now I'm rambling, but you probably know what I mean.
Yeah.
After pledging cuts to the public service
After pledging cuts, yeah.
and a crackdown on so-called woke culture.
That still means that he could still do a crackdown. Like, him just denying that it's not Trump. Well, he's denying that it's Trump light. Doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah, he's giving me the impression that he's just sort of stuck in a box, right? And he's discussing the details about politics and things like that, but from within the system, it sounds like. Where you can do a multi-stream with other people and have a sort of talk show. Yeah, that was definitely an idea of mine. Because I watched a lot of podcasts, long-form podcasts, 3 hours of like Jordan Peterson talking to someone else, or Joe Rogan talking to someone else, or Tom Bilyeu, whatever his name is, talking to someone else, you know. And I thought, I'd love to be involved in that stuff. And I'd love everyone to be involved in that stuff, and that to be freely available to everyone. So what I don't agree with is Jordan Peterson plastering his content with loads of ads, for example, when he's already richer than he'll ever need to be. He's corrupted by money, clearly, and it saddens me that he puts half of his content behind paywalls when he doesn't need to. You know what I mean? He's not taking the responsibility to make the world a better place, given that he's got a platform of 10 million subscribers on YouTube and every other thing that he's getting involved in, being a bestseller of books, etc., etc. He's not doing what he could with that platform, which is to use it for a force for good in the world, even though all he talks about is forces for good in the world, right? That's the sad irony. But yeah, the general idea is that if I got to the stage of being able to do that stuff, I would always be fundamentally offering it freely as much as I could to as many people as I could, because it's the most important thing in the world. More important than money, absolutely, because money doesn't exist. More important than my own material welfare, as long as I have enough to be able to do that. That's all that matters. I have a question. Do you think trans women are women? That depends. But I'm very much of the persuasion, if you like, that there are two genders, there are two sexes, there are men and women. But of course, like we were discussing before, 3% of the population are statistically going to be psychopaths and can't feel love and compassion. Does that mean that I feel like humans can't feel love or compassion? Of course not. But there will be outliers, certain cases where emotionally, physiologically, all else being equal, someone will feel like they are in the wrong body in terms of their gender or sex, right? And if that is true and 100% true, and it's not from some sort of conditioning or identity politics or pubic confusion, etc., that's just part of a natural progression through life. So if that's true, then you could argue that a person, an identity, a person feels like they are a woman even if they're in a man's body. But that's probably as far as I would go. I would say that is a man physiologically, but that personality, that person, that like soul or whatever you want to call it, they feel like they're a woman. So there's something that's gone wrong in that person's physiology or makeup or psychology or whatever it is, brain chemistry, whatever the reason, that's what that is, right? Arguing that in general trans women are women is just a stupid, pointless waste of time, you know, because it's clearly case-by-case basis, obviously, and for the vast majority of cases, you know, women are women, men are men. Obviously. Any other argument is just arguing for argument's sake, right? Do you agree? I mean, it's like saying human beings aren't killers. For the most part, that's true. Most people aren't killers, right? But it would be stupid to say that all human beings aren't killers, because some are. Okay, thanks for answering. You've got to go now. Yeah, no worries, dude. Well, it was nice to meet you. And hopefully I'll see you again soon, sometime. Thanks for the good conversation. And for boosting my faith that at least I'm having maybe some positive impact in the world, doing what I'm doing. I hope you have a lovely night, day, whatever you're on. I guess it's really late at night for you, maybe. So have a good sleep if you're in sleep. Take care, buddy. All right. Let's tune into the chat. See if it's worthwhile.
Welcome to the Dialectic at Work, a podcast dedicated to understanding Marxian theory, its philosophy, its politics, and its economics. I'm your host, Shahram Azhar. I'm Associate Professor of Economics at Bucknell University. It is often claimed, particularly in many fashionable academic circles, that Marx was a Eurocentric thinker, that he didn't devote as much attention to...
Did he say YOLO?
Marx was a Eurocentric thinker.
No, he said Euro. I was
that
like,
he
what?
didn't devote as much attention to colonized peripheral societies, nor did he devote enormous attention to questions of gender and indigenous communism. But is that really true? My guest today is Professor Kevin Anderson, a man who has devoted his entire life to researching archives of Marxian...
Wait, isn't it going to be Ritual?
In history, Marx's writings,
Going to be some other guy?
philological notebooks. Professor Kevin Anderson, it is an honor and privilege to introduce you to this show. Professor Kevin Anderson is Distinguished Professor of Sociology at the University of California in Santa Barbara. And he's the author
Distinguished Professor of Sociology.
Books,
not sure anything in sociology could be distinguished, but
published in 1990.
Also,
and the globally acclaimed...
He's a human being with some ideas. Let's hear them. That's all we need to know for an introduction.
On nationalism, ethnicity, and non-Western societies. And it's an honor for us that he's here to discuss with us his recently published, and by recently I mean literally a couple of weeks ago, he just published a sequel to Marx at the Margins, a new book called The Late Marx's Revolutionary Roads, Colonialism, Gender, and Indigenous Communism. The book was published...
What the fuck?
And a link to that particular book will be added in the...
Throw more isms into the field, shall we?
How are you?
I'm good. Thanks, and great to be here, Sean.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
The professor requested that I...
Oh no, is this mic cooked?
Call him Kevin.
Oh, hey Gabe, someone else is here. How you doing?
No.
It's existential OCD, common in philosophers. Sorry, what is?
Audio quality for an hour.
You mean the way... I'm not sure what you're referring to. The way he was introducing that professor, or the distinguished comment? Sorry, it was just a random question. Oh, that was a question? Sorry, what's the question? Is existential OCD common in philosophers? Is that the question? It's because you said it's rather than is. Is existential OCD common in philosophers? Interesting first time chat question. Existential OCD. I would probably say it's more common in philosophers than non-philosophers, yes. Why? Because philosophers tend to think more objectively about things, and existence comes into the picture more easily. And when a human being thinks about existence, it can very rapidly become an unsettling existential exploration that could lead to the OCD part. I'm not really sure you fully mean OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder. But taking that to mean is existential considerations and thoughts common in philosophers? I would say, yeah. Probably more common than most people, I'd say. But then again, you could also say, well, if any human being thinks about their existence in a philosophical way, you could say, well, they are philosophers. Just by virtue of thinking about their existence philosophically, right? And you see how unpacking a question like that can take you in many different ways and make you consider all the definitions involved, like OCD, philosophers. Common. Does that make sense? Is that a good answer? Any more questions?
Self to which we can refer back to. When I look into a mirror, I assume this is what I look like for other people. So, unless seriously challenged, the image we have of ourselves is constructed in answer to the question, what am I to others? The mirror reflects back onto us our own gaze, which is already the gaze of other people, thereby turning us into an object for ourselves to examine. I see myself because others see me. Lacan's perspective subverts the popular views of other philosophers who posited either an unrelatedness or unity between.
I'm laughing here because just what he's reviewing on this video. It just reminds me of all the philosophy that I was introduced to at uni when I did philosophy at uni. And while it's interesting, I also just don't think about this stuff anymore, at least in these terms, because there are more important things to do, which is what I'm doing now. Which is talking to myself. Because Gay Bitch has gone after asking a question. But no, more widely, which is trying to address the issues of human, trying to problem solve and using philosophical objective thinking to do that in order to try to create heaven on earth instead of hell on earth, or at least align ourselves towards heaven on earth rather than hell on earth, right? Not religious or anything, just it's an easiest way to say align yourself with truth and love and not fear and lies, for example. Because sure, philosophy can be dealing with, what does it mean to have a self and all of this. It's like, sure, But more importantly, how do we improve life on Earth first, and then we can think about the other things. You know what I mean? Like, let's do practical philosophy, make the world as good as it can be, make everyone's lives as good as they can be, give everyone as much opportunity as we possibly can to improve humanity and life in the universe as far as we can, while we explore the universe and reality as far as we can forever. And once we've done that with philosophy, then we can think about all the other things, because we might as well focus on practical philosophy first, right? Because there are enough issues in the world to not get bogged down in not meaningless issues, but somewhat unproductive argumentation over things we don't know about currently. Instead, we can discuss practical issues that humanity is facing philosophically and come up with new systems and solutions to the problems that we face to the benefit of everyone. That's more productive use of time, at least while there are problems to solve. Deep, meaningful problems to solve that could be solved very easily if we just organized ourselves differently. So I laughed then at the start of this video thinking, yeah, it's interesting stuff, but let's think about practical philosophy first. At least until that's sorted. Well, that's just what I think.
Thing when it stops working. Similarly, the body.
Yeah, because again, like a hammer, a rated hand, you can use hammer, but then as soon as it's broken, it's like it's a thing that needs to be fixed. It's not a
yeah. So I just don't really get that sort of stuff anymore. Right. I need to change. I need a new text. Gaming one. Wait. And I need a new one. Let's just make that disable that for a second. Add. Oh. Add. Oh. Get out of the way. Add text. Conversation started. Conversation flowing. Oh. Go. Conversation flowing. Okay. Something like that. Gaming while I wait. Conversation flowing. That works. Looks good. I need to start playing with scenes and stuff, I guess. See, that's a part of this venture that I'm not super keen on. Is all of this technical admin-y stuff to make the stream like look a certain way or design it a certain way. I just want to have conversations with people and flesh out ideas with people. So, job opportunity for anyone out there. Who wants to do some technical admin stuff with OBS to help me out on this venture to make the world a better place, or rather to build a community here that will inevitably make the world a better place, just by virtue of it existing and growing, because that's what will happen if it were to happen. That makes sense. But for now, since I've just had some food, let's jump back into Sekiro and try a quick run before I end the stream, I guess. Try a quick run. Shush. Oh, I messed up my volume. That's what's going on. There it is. Hi. Gaming while I wait. Let's go. We had a good conversation. We had a couple of people in here interested. We had one person come in, ask a question, then disappear. But, you know, all of that is better than yesterday when there was no one here. Oh, I just want to change that. It pisses me off when that thing's on. There it is. We're good. And all that happened while I was playing Sekiro, so I can do this. It seems to work. Nice. So it's been a better morning than I initially thought. I initially thought we wouldn't get any decent conversation, we wouldn't get any good content, but we have had a good conversation. It's not really developing though until we get a community building where people actually feel like they can do something and will do something to make the world a better place. Because they are the only ones that can, and therefore, if they don't, it won't become a better place. Takeaways from this morning are Deep Space Renegade saying he can't view things at above 480p, so I need to start Twitch enhanced broadcasting again to give people the option of a lower res stream. He also asked if there was a Discord, and I feel like I should actually make a Discord server for this community. So that's a couple of things to do. Twitch enhanced broadcasting I can do immediately after stream if I remember, or at least before the next stream. The Discord server I can do at some point. I'm not really sure what's involved. I don't think I've made a server before. I can't imagine it's that hard. So that's something I can do and add a link onto the Twitch page. So I have admin work to do. Blah. I have homework to do. Blah. Which I'd rather not do, but you know, if it's all in the name of a meaningful pursuit, no doubt I will do it at some point. At least the Twitch enhanced broadcasting. But a Discord server that people can join and get involved in, say for example if they're not around when the Twitch stream is live and things like that, and but they want to be part of the community and enter the discussion and be involved in any way that they can, the Discord server is probably a good addition. Well, I mean, it's definitely a good addition because a lot of people use Discord, and that can bring us together across time as well as space, because obviously people can only come together on Twitch when I'm live, so that's actually a very good point. So that's something I should be doing, for sure. I also need to review this VOD for sound effects and see how things are looking with the different underlay is more like on OBS. Now that I've started branching out away from the games and into the just chatting category. I suppose I could go into the politics category, noticing that Zachap was in the politics category. Although politics, as most people understand it, is divisive, so maybe the just chatting is the better one. Really, there would be a productive philosophy, like meaningfully change the world category, but you know, you can't have everything. If there was that, there probably would be an institution for humanity to like, you know, actually change the world for the better, instead of playing politics in the guise of making the world a better place, which is obviously is not what they achieve. They simply achieve arguing and trying to make each other look bad, in the hope that they gain some power and or prestige and or a higher government salary because of what they're doing. Or dare I say it, financial benefits on the side from making friends with lobbyists, etc. The fact that lobbying is even a thing in politics should ring everyone's alarm bells. So yeah, this system will never work because it has corruption and the methods of corrupt behavior built into it transparently. And yet they persist, so that says it all, really. I guess that's why I hesitate to put myself in the politics category. Because it's not really the right place to be. At least as far as most people understand politics. If there was a democracy category, I would go in that. Pretty good ogre, not bad. I guess that's probably about as quick as it could be, apart from dodging into him rather than running into him after the first death blow. I was just thinking about anonymity online. It's an interesting one, isn't it? I actually think the world might be better if there was no anonymity online. Like, if you're online, people know who you are. At least by a real name or something. You know, your actions can therefore then be traced back to a real human being. Not only would that help battle the bot brigades, or at least identify them, it would make people responsible for their behaviour online, just as they are responsible and always should be responsible for their behaviour in the real world. because both are part of the real world, you know. So this idea of anonymity online is kind of dumb, actually. It'll no doubt be certainly allowing for, if not the cause of, most of the bad behavior online. And I guess that's what came from looking over at Gabe Itch 2099's message, where he comes into the stream, asks a question, and then just disappears when I'm answering it, which of course he's allowed to do. But would people do that sort of thing if I knew who they actually were? Or would people be more polite automatically? Because people know that people know who they are online, you know? Wait, what? Dude, I thought he was not going to let me grapple again. My goodness. Oh well. We got it. Sorry, horsey. Sorry, horsey. That's sorry, not sorry. 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 So now I wonder if Gabe even stuck around to listen to my response, or if he just asked the question for fun and then disappeared. Which, you know, it's completely up to him to do that. But it's also kind of a bit weird that people do that. And that made me think about anonymity online in general. And nicknames online, you could say, you know, surely allowed. I don't know, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because you walk down the street and you're sort of anonymous. Like, people don't automatically know your name, you know? So you shouldn't necessarily have to have your real name online instead of a nickname. But I guess you should always be able to be traced back to the real you. Or at least in some way. If and when you interact with other people. I don't know, it's an interesting one. I haven't really thought about that. There it is.
参る。忍びを再び間に合おうとはな。まだだ、ニカの忍び。
Nice blood splattered eye there, Sekiro. I assume it's refreshed. No, it's still there. Looks like a bloody hand been on his face. Kind of funny. Anyway. Yeah. Right in his face. Sorry, Kara. It's a little bit rude of me to be so close to you. Nice. Really, wow. Loads of negative style points there. It's probably the worst window re-entrance that I've ever done. Had a long stream this morning, 4 hours, 8 minutes already. At least most of it, 2 or 3 hours, have been good conversation with people, so that's sweet. Still really feeling the need for some sort of framework where people can really feel involved in changing the world. Because talking about ideas is one thing, but then closing the stream and going back to your normal life and not doing anything with those ideas makes talking about them kind of pointless. You need them to lead somewhere practical. Otherwise, what's the point? Yeah. I mean, of course, it could make a difference in terms of someone could go away and then discuss those ideas with someone else in random conversation at some point, which might have a knock-on positive effect for the world, but it would be nice to at least have some sort of framework to maximize the utility of talking about these ideas and help people maximize the utility in a fun and adventurous and meaningful way that they feel good about, you know? That's what I was talking about. Some sort of voting mechanism where we can really start to see a picture of what people really want and how we can organize things to better reflect and achieve that in terms of human activity on Earth, you know. I guess that's the bigger admin project for my work. Not just setting up Discord server and changing Twitch streaming settings, but also... Wow, almost got hit twice. Maybe I should stop yapping. But also coming up with that bigger system, that like actually a democratic process, you know. Getting people really involved. Whoa. Alright. We're fine. That's why I just really hope sometime we get a community going where you get like techies involved and they're like, oh, I can set up a website for that. Oh, I can do this, this and this. I can use my practical skills to help in this way. And that's when things start snowballing. Because that's how I want everyone to live. Oh, I'm interested in that, I can do that for us. You know, that sort of thing. Exactly that sort of thing.
我が息子その刀置いてゆけ敵愚かなり
Because that is the best way to organize ourselves. Like, here we are, we're all together living on this planet. Who wants to do what to make things better for everybody? Yourself included. Obviously. Because you are part of everybody. GG monkeys. Get to fight you twice in one day. Nice. I say fight, I mean kill.
抜こう。
Oh, twice in one day we get the grapple point first time as well. What's going on? It's pretty cool. Rip those style points. We're walking up the stairs slowly. Never mind. Well, I'm not going to abandon this run just because Miss Chalice went live early today. I will wait until I've finished the run one way or the other. And only then will I join her. Sometimes she goes live really early, which I kind of like. And I would of course love to raid her, but I assume there's no one here to raid with. And also, this isn't really the channel for raiding out to people. That's unless it's another stream that is there to change the world, of course. Anyway, focus. Don't let the girl distract you. Or make you sabotage the run so that you can leave and watch her sooner. Don't be doing that. Oh my goodness, I almost was going off the edge there. There's not that much longer of the run left anyway, time-wise. Either we get hit or we get it done, and it's not, what, probably about 15-20 minutes from now. Max. Could be good. Nice. What was she doing? Was she fighting a boss? No, she'd finished Victor and was starting on what's after Victor. Stop yapping, focus. Nope. That one. There it is. Oh my god, dude. I honestly pressed the wrong button. I don't know why, but I pressed RB instead of X. And I didn't even purposefully do that. That's crazy. What a way to throw the run, though. Miss Chalice, I am coming for you. Not in that way, don't be dirty. Alright, everyone. It's been a good morning full of meaningful conversation again. Let's see where it leads us. Take care. Be kind to each other. Choose love, not fear. And I'll see you next time. Ciao for now.